Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us on our continued live coverage of the Sean Combs criminal trial. This is where we're going to be taking your questions for the next hour, hour and a half or so. All your questions about what's happening in today's testimony, what's been happening so far in this case, and there is a lot to break down with respect to Jane's testimony, the continued direct examination of Jane, alleged victim number 2 in the Sean Combs indictment, where he faces charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. Arguably, she is the second most important witness in this case, maybe perhaps behind Cassandra Ventura, because she makes up the individual sex trafficking claims and transportation to engage in prostitution claims. And I got to tell you, I think if the theme for today was, what is it? It's more about trying to show her reluctance to these sexual episodes. The prosecution is trying to show a lack of consent. Just sorry, getting some playback in my ear, guys, just want to let you know. So showing some reluctance to these sexual episodes. I'll give you an example. For example, there are text messages that are being shown to the jury and to her, one in which she apparently says, and I'm kind of reading verbatim here, this is one to Sean Combs, "I'm not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing sex for me. It's been 3 years of me having to bleep strangers." But then you're confronted with this message, and this is probably going to be the one that's talked about the most, where she says something along the lines of, "I know I was consenting. I know I was consenting. And basically, I know I was consenting like I say on tape." And she's talking about videotapes of these sexual encounters. And she's asked by the prosecutor, "Was that true, Jane?" And apparently she just testified, "I'm still trying to figure that out," and double down on saying that she claims she was high on these videos, that it follows a pattern, that she was just performing, right? That she wasn't really engaged in what was happening. And she also testified that once Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit came out, she said this was very harrowing for her, that this is almost what she was experiencing, that she apparently wrote Sean Combs, "I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. You gaslit me." Now, to give you an idea about what the jury's hearing, I want to play you something. There are voice notes that have actually come forward. I want to play you one in particular. So this is a voice note, I believe, from August of 2023 from Sean Combs to Jane after she apparently expressed she didn't want to engage in another hotel night, that her body hit a wall. Take a listen.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know, you think you silent treating me, and you think I'm going to be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you, and I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you can be mad, I can have a spat, we can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. So either you go in the direction of like moving on and like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat, I'm just being clear. I can't do with you every time you get upset.
So what do we make of this? Well, I'll tell you what, a couple of things. First of all, we're going to wait for Elizabeth Milner to come out, our Law and Crime reporter, give us a play-by-play on some of the big moments that happened today. But also, one of the things why I love doing this lunchtime show is we can report to you in real time what is happening in that courtroom and break it down in real time. So the prosecutor just asked the court, Your Honor, this might be a good place to break. Okay, jurors, you may go. The judge says, how much longer, Ms. Comey? And Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, says, I'm confident I'll finish today. It may be the end of the day, but today. And then once we'll get that, we'll move on to cross-examination. Okay, let me bring in my all-star panel. I'm joined by legal analyst, professor of media law at Rowan University, Candace Kelly, criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey, and criminal defense attorney William Corman. It's great to have you all here. Tyler, I'll start with you. Again, just let everybody know, guys, I'm getting some playback in my ear. So, Tyler, what do you make of this? I mean, it's not a clean-cut prosecution. You're getting kind of a mixed bag here. I played you the audio. I just recounted the text message that she apparently sent to Sean Combs. Is this a case of a toxic relationship? or is this a case of manipulation and him manipulating a victim of sex trafficking? What do you take away from it so far?
I think there's arguments on both sides of that. You hear her saying, I consent," and I think that's the worst part that came out for the prosecution. I mean, her words were her words, and I think some jurors are going to battle with that ultimately at the end of the day. But then you have this video, the voice memo that we just heard, where Mr. Combs says, "I'm on my job. I need you to get on yours," which also seems to reinforce the prosecution's case of this is what she's doing for work. This is sex trafficking. This is sex labor. And she's seeming that she does not want to do it by her going silent on Mr. Combs. So I think this testimony is going both ways. The reluctantness of her to participate, I think, furthers the prosecution's case. But then again, you have some of her comments that hurt the prosecution's case that the defense will certainly exploit on cross-examination.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, William, her reaction to Cassie's lawsuit, that opened her up. I remember there's a whole question about whether or not Dr. Dawn Hughes, this forensic psychologist who already took the stand to talk about the complicated relationship between abusers and victims, whether she has to take the stand once more, be recalled once more, to kind of explain some of this. But it seems what an interpretation from the jury could be is that once this lawsuit came out and she saw Cassie's allegations, perhaps it changed and opened up her mind and started to realize she might be the victim of something. Or the jury might not be convinced. Throwing it to you.
I agree with what you're saying. I think that it does cut both ways, as Tyler said before. I think that forensic psychologists would help with this in order to explain, why abusers or why abuse victims stick around with their abusers, why they continue to love them. I mean, there were text messages back and forth about her still loving him and her caring about his medical conditions. So I think some context is important. I think the prosecution probably knew it was going to come down the pike like this. I'd be surprised if they were blown away by this testimony. Obviously, the jury didn't know it was going to come out like that, but honestly, I think the prosecution did an excellent job prepping this witness, and I'm sure they weren't surprised by that answer at all.
Yeah, Candace, I don't know if it's a situation where you had past prosecution witnesses, perhaps like Brianna Bongolan, who was accusing Sean Combs of dangling her off a 17-story balcony, and you wonder if that actually happened. You wonder if that story actually happened based on digital evidence and travel receipts and some of her own testimony and messages, whereas the jury could say, you know what, with Jane, I think all of this happened. I feel like every one of these sexual episodes happened, but what I'm taking away is not her necessarily not being a credible witness, but even taking everything she says is true, does it amount to sex trafficking or racketeering? I think she definitely helps with transportation to engage in prostitution. A lot of testimony about literally transporting these male performers and herself different areas to perform in sex work. I think that might be clear. So it's not for me that she's not being credible. For me, it might not mount up to what the prosecution's looking for.
Yeah, I think it may not mount up. In addition, I'm not sure if it waters down what Cassie said, because it might just be a pile-on where you're saying, hey, wait a minute. If she went through this and this is how she's feeling about it, actually saying, yes, I consent at one point, not good for the prosecution, but as you said, not a surprise. Well, how does that also contextualize Cassie? It seems as though once she heard about Cassie's lawsuit, she felt like, well, you know what? I didn't realize, as you said, that I'm actually a victim in this and that this is what's going on. It seems that she was, even up to this day, trying to figure out, I don't know why I did say yes. But I'm afraid that her seeming like she's so confused is what I think the jurors might sense that I'm hearing from other people, especially women. It seems as though maybe on one side, you just potentially maybe needed to get a job in order to get out of this. In other words, are we sure that you were being forced and that this particular $10,000 of rent was being held over your head? Well, that $10,000 rent came 2 years into your relationship. So it just doesn't add up yet. And I'm afraid about how jurors will see this compared to Cassie's testimony in terms of watering it down just a bit. Not necessarily a good witness for the prosecution, in my estimation.
Well, there's more to her testimony, right? So I started by saying that the prosecution thinks it's going to continue for the rest of the day. They might be on a lunch break, but I don't even believe we've gotten to the allegations of physical violence yet, which could change the whole course of this. I'll tell you what, let's take a quick break. 2 reasons. One, we're going to try to get Elizabeth Milner up and find out what's been happening in that courtroom. And number 2, I got to figure out what's going on with People talking in my ear. Got to figure this out. So we'll be right back right after this. Stay with us. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's in-court reporter, who is in court today for all of the dramatic testimony of Jane, alleged victim number 2 in this case. And Elizabeth, it's good to see you. I was saying, I think the theme of her testimony is trying to show reluctance, right? Expressing reluctance, that she did not want to engage in these sexual activities with Sean Combs, more specifically with other men in front of Sean Combs, through a series of text messages, and there's voice notes. There's a lot to condense here, and also, as we were talking about, a lot of complicating factors. What were some of the highlights? What do you think are some of the points of her showing, or allegedly showing, she did not want to participate in these sexual activities, these hotel nights, these debauchery nights? What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, a lot of it stood out to me, and it was kind of a slow morning as far as just presenting these mountain of text messages to not only the witness so she could recall everything that she had spoken to with Sean Combs, but also for the jury to kind of understand where I think the prosecution was ultimately leading up to. So, for example, they were showing text exhibits from September 17th of 2023, where Jane was testifying how Diddy was kind of the only one making her perform for her at home, or for him at her home. And she said, I felt like he made such a big purchase, and this was something that I had to do. And that big purchase was her rent, which was about $10,000 a month, and how Diddy kept kind of throwing this in her face. And we see another text exhibit from that same time frame where Jane was saying, I wish we could go back to when we first started dating. I opened Pandora's box and can't close it. One night of fun turned into our entire relationship. I'm crying as I'm writing this. Then you see things like, or not you see, because again, we're not seeing these exhibits. So everything that I'm writing is just transcription from what the prosecution and the witness are kind of going over. So Diddy is replying, girl, stop, let's talk. And then he sends her an audio message. And then you hear Diddy kind of with this raspy voice where he's like, I'm sick in bed. The message that you sent me, what's the problem? We have an actual open relationship. What's the problem? And that Diddy never talked with Jane about her doing these hotel nights. In the particular audio message, when she was kind of telling him about her feelings as far as not doing it and throwing up after one particular hotel night or debauchery night or freak off party where it was supposed to be a sober party. And while that sounds very nice and genuine, she's explained that at this sober party that she had to have sex with 4 escorts, and between escort number 3 and escort number 4 she threw up. And then Diddy said, okay, well, it's all out of your system, kind of let's go get back to it. And so we saw more text messages and in reference to one particular trip in September of 2023, where Diddy told her that he wanted to just take her to New York. They would spend some time together. Jane had thought that, okay, we are going to spend some time together. It's going to be a nice time. She was sending him places for them to go as far as restaurants to go to here in the city. But she was also kind of texting him some explicit things, such as, for example, Diddy was saying, okay, let's have a good time. Do you have your passport? And then Jane is responding, miss my pretty hard D. Yes, I have my passport. Baby, you turned me on so crazy, can't wait. And Jane was saying that Diddy texted her on the flight, and at this point she got particularly upset because Diddy was asking her where Cabral is, and Cabral was one of the escorts that they used. And so Diddy, again, Jane thinking at the time she was flying over to New York for just spending time with her boyfriend, and she was saying that Diddy was wanting an entertainer for that night, or entertainment for movie night. And movie night wasn't going to AMC theaters, which I personally love to do, but movie night was them watching their sexually explicit videos together and their recordings together of these freak off nights. And so Diddy was saying, Jane was saying, I just remember taking deep breaths and feeling disappointed and defeated. And so Jane responded in this particular message, just got to Wi-Fi again, not sure, baby, in response to whether or not Cabral could fly into New York, because Cabral was somebody that was that resided in Atlanta. And so Diddy said, check red phone. Okay, I have a surprise if that's okay, and just one. And so Jane was saying that Diddy was going to introduce her to someone new. And so that she said that she hated it. She hated this entire concept, and she's getting pretty emotional while she's on the witness stand, kind of recalling that, again, she thought that the two were just going to go for a date night. She was going to enjoy her trip to New York City, and then it ended up being another situation where she had to participate in a hotel night. And so Diddy said, sending picture now, and that picture being of an escort, or a picture actually that came from somebody at Cowboys for Angels. And Jane was responding, it's not loading, about to land now. And then Jane texted Diddy the places that they could go for dinner, and she was like, I just really wanted to have dinner with him. And so then you see some text messages from September 18th of 2023 from Jane and Cabral, because Jane was explaining that an escort was coming over to the hotel, and she didn't like this particular escort, so she ended up sending a message over to Cabral. And we hear about these messages where Jane is saying, hey, you want to come to NYC for a day? And Cabral said, yes, I would love to, love. And then Jane says, okay, let me set it up now. Cabral sent all his information to her, and then Cabral ended up coming to the Trump Hotel for another hotel night. And again, these are messages from 2023, so fairly pretty recently. But as far as just the lead up to it, and Jane was explaining how Cabral landed, they ended up doing a hotel night, even though she didn't want to do a hotel night. And I think what the prosecution there was kind of sprinkling in that this was sex trafficking by fraud, or at least transportation to engage in prostitution, because she is flying out this entertainer, as she calls him, from Atlanta to New York City, and then they do a hotel night, and then they slowly start to get into the text messages from October, later into November. And what happens in November of 2023, as many of us who have been following this case day in and day out know, is when Cassie dropped her jaw-dropping lawsuit. So in terms of just Jane kind of explaining Cassie's lawsuit while she was on the stand, she was also getting kind of emotional there too, kind of explaining how there were 3 particular pages in her 35-page complaint or so that really stood out to Jane, because she felt like she was just recalling her entire story. And so we did see a lot of messages this morning, and then we were slowly kind of getting into the Cassie aspect of it. But it was just interesting the way I think the prosecution was kind of laying this out, and then we're kind of like, okay, well, where is this going after we're seeing these same messages? But then we finally got to the destination I think the prosecution wanted to go to, and it seems like it'll pick up from there after the lunch break.
A lot of points I want to mention to this. So the big thing we're taking away, it seemed to me this was a bombshell. There is at least one message where she basically expressed to Sean Combs that she was consenting. That she goes, I know I was consenting like I say on tape. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so...
I'm going to allow, this is called me filibustering. Because Elizabeth takes incredible notes, and there's so much activity happening in that courtroom. So this was actually towards, I think maybe in the last hour or so, it actually stopped me when I was reading this, because it's all about, was this consenting? Was this all consensual? And it seems the prosecution, they had to fix this up a little bit. So talk to us about the circumstances of this message and what the prosecution asked Jane about it. And there's one thing to read it in the transcript. How did the jurors respond to this?
Yeah, so Jane was kind of explaining this after what had happened at this sobriety party. And again, this was essentially an orgy where Jane had to perform with various different men, about 4 different escorts. And even between escort 3 and 4, like I had just mentioned, that she had gotten sick. She got nauseous. She threw up during this, and Diddy kind of told her to keep on going. And so she was explaining that after this party that she got a UTI from this. She said that she was having PTSD from these sex nights. She was feeling very triggered around this time period, because around this time it was October, so a couple weeks before Cassie's lawsuit came out, and that Diddy would just kind of throw it back in her face that she booked the escorts too, something that she admitted while even on the stand, and that Jane was explaining that she had told Diddy that he had placed these harmful men onto her, and she said and then Diddy had said to her, talk to God, I'm going to pray for you. You're burning a bridge you aren't prepared to pay for, insinuating that he was kind of paying her rent. That's what she interpreted it to be. And so Jane said in the text message that she knew that she was consenting on the tape, but she said that she was uncomfortable, but she kept doing it because she loved him. And she said that she knew that she appeared to be excited, and that Diddy would throw it in her face that she appeared to be excited on these particular tapes. But according to her, she said she was really uncomfortable. And even at points, Jesse, while she's testifying, I feel like just the entire grasp of it all, she's really kind of processing it to this day. And again, these messages from around 2023. And so Jane kind of wrote in her notes app, which she sometimes would kind of copy and paste, send them in a text message form, about her feelings about doing these hotel nights. So Jane wrote in her notes, for once today, I thought you were compassionate about this trauma. You have thousands of videos of me. I have PTSD. I'm feeling violated. And that Jane ended up seeing Diddy in person. Diddy comforted her at his Bel Air hotel. And so then Jane was explaining that There was an exhibit that was shown, again, that we can't see, but the jury saw it, the witness saw it, and the parties on both sides saw it. And Jane was explaining, in this moment, I felt supported by Sean, because it was a photo of her and Sean Combs together. She said that he understood me in this moment, and it was one of my favorite moments. And then afterwards, the two ended up spending time together. There was no drugs. It was just the two of them. But then Jane said that she was feeling anxious about Diddy's upcoming birthday, because when that note was sent, it's late October. And as we've been following this case, we now know Diddy's birthday, of course, to be November 4th. And so kind of leading up to this, she was saying that she was feeling anxious because she felt like she might have to possibly perform in another hotel night or debauchery night. But what she ended up doing was spending the night at home by herself, because Diddy ended up spending that birthday with his family. But I think what's interesting, and I think might be a point that the defense will kind of talk to her about whenever they get that time to cross-examine her, was that during this particular birthday that Jane got Diddy a mobile television, and this mobile television was so that way he could watch their videos together, their sexually explicit videos together. And she said that this television could suffice as entertainment for her, for Diddy. And so then that's when we start to kind of get into Cassie's lawsuit. But as far as just her saying that she consented on these tapes and told Diddy this, I definitely think it's a point the defense will pick apart whenever they do have that time to cross-examine her. So it's pretty conflicting. And as far as the jurors kind of watching all of this, I did see jurors, because we did have a different seating switch up, I should say. And we sat on a different side, so we get more of a view of the jury. And I feel like at times the jurors were kind of like, okay, this is another text. I'm seeing them really kind of intently like look at the exhibit screen right in front of them. And so they were just kind of, from what I could see, really just digesting all of this testimony. Of course, there were, I think sometimes I did see one juror kind of making a face, and I'm not sure if that was at the sexually explicit stuff that she was sending him or that he was sending to her. But for the most part, from what I saw, they were definitely overanalyzing these text messages, or not overanalyzing, but at least digesting them and really kind of interpreting them for their own mind.
And I'm curious how Diddy's behaving, because we know last week he was scolded by the judge for allegedly nodding at the jurors during a key piece of cross-examination. There were reports that he went up to the sketch artist and complained because he felt that the sketch artist, and we're showing these sketches, or part of the sketches, make him look like a koala. By the way, we put up a poll and we asked our viewers, what do you think? Definitely a koala or don't see it. 55% don't see it. They don't see a koala. But how has he been reacting during the course of what is, important testimony, and arguably points of the testimony that may help his case?
Yeah, from what I saw of him, he definitely isn't doing that thing where he's looking at the jurors, he's nodding along, because also the prosecution is giving this line of questioning right now. It's not his defense attorney, so it might switch up when the cross-examination begins, but possibly not also because of what the judge had told him last week. But as far as even the jury entering and exiting the courtroom, either for a break or for the lunch break, as we saw just a few minutes ago, it's a little bit different. Before, he would kind of turn around, watch them all go off of their seats, but this time I really saw him just laser focused on the judge, or just straight up looking down. So I think trying not to make eye contact. I don't think he wanted to get in the judge's crosshair, not one bit. Now, as far as the koala thing goes, I have to say there was this time where I did see Diddy talking to Jane last week, and I did see him kind of doing this. And I think as far as the koala goes, I think it was really kind of like talking about playing up the beard just a little bit as far as what you could see inside those drawings, because it is pretty cool to see Jane kind of in her work really kind of drawing everything piece by piece. Sometimes in testimony, when like it gets a little redundant, I am kind of looking off to her to see how this is all coming along. And so it seems like, yes, Jane Rosenberg, and she does a great job. She does a fantastic job, and she really is very diligent when she's putting her court sketches together.
Okay, we have a question for you, Elizabeth, from one of our viewers, Tamara Tredkowski. Apologies if I mispronounced your last name. Elizabeth, were any potential upcoming witnesses mentioned today?
Unfortunately not. From what they tell us, and they being the prosecution, they say that they're still going to continue with Jane's testimony at least till the end of the day. Then we'll have the cross-examination for Jane. But the thing about Jane is she has to be off the stand by Thursday evening, because she has a flight to catch, because she is going, I guess, on this trip internationally, either for business or for something else. But as far as just who we can expect for the next witness, they've been keeping pretty mum on that. I'm hoping they'll tell us at least at the end of the day today who that next witness may possibly be, but for right now they've been pretty tight-lipped about it so far.
Have they mentioned, I thought I read something Is there a conversation about recalling Dr. Dawn Hughes, an important witness, to maybe explain some of the behavior of these alleged victims, which the prosecution might need? There's been a lot of witnesses since her testimony who, texted Sean Combs loving messages, posting loving messages, seemed to act in ways that were contradictory to being abused. You're listening to the complicated testimony of Jane, who, again, was in a relationship with Sean Combs up until his arrest, apparently still paying her rent. And these issues of was she a willing participant or not. Anything about whether Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to take the stand again?
So the prosecution did file a motion to recall Dr. Dawn Hughes. However, the defense has yet to respond to that motion. And so the judge said, okay, the defense, you want to take until end of day to respond to this. He's totally fine with it. So the discussion hasn't happened on whether or not this will actually happen, that being Dr. Dawn Hughes being recalled to testify. But it seems like it is something the prosecution wants. We're just waiting to hear what the defense has in their filing about obviously opposing to that. But it's interesting, if Dr. Dawn Hughes was to retestify, will we see Jonathan Bach again? We have not seen him since he cross-examined Dr. Dawn Hughes a couple weeks ago. So maybe it'll be a sighting for him to come back, but we'll kind of wait and see what the judge has to say and what the defense even has to say in their response.
Also, got a question from RSS, real quick, Elizabeth. What went on with this mistrial situation? Didn't the defense file for a motion for a mistrial? I think it had to do with what they believe is false, perjured testimony of some of the witnesses, right?
Yeah, so it all has to do with Bonna's testimony, and the defense during Bonna's cross-examination was kind of like, okay, Diddy wasn't even in that side of the country when this allegedly happened, and you say that Diddy dangled you off a balcony on the 26th. We have this receipt showing that he was actually at the Trump Hotel here in New York during, I think it was the 24th of September to the, I think, 26th of September of that year, or just a couple days. It might be takeaway here or there. But the defense did file a motion for a mistrial, or renewed motion for a mistrial over the weekend. And so I was expecting some arguments about it this morning, but another diversion yet again, because the government has to respond to the defense's motion for a mistrial. Obviously, they're going to oppose it. And so business just kind of continued on as usual this morning. There was a little moment this morning where the judge was like, can I speak to both lead counsel in our chambers? And we thought maybe it's a jury issue. We didn't know kind of what was going on. And then again, they just went to business as usual. From what I saw of all the jurors today, they were all there. And so as far as the first question, the motion for a mistrial, the government will respond to that today. Yep. And so we could hear arguments about it possibly tomorrow.
All right. Elizabeth Milner, I know you got to head back into that courthouse. Thank you so much. Great reporting as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to continue taking your amazing questions. Back here with Candace Kelly, Tyler Bailey, William Corman. Okay. Thanks so much for being patient, guys. Okay, got to get back to this. So let's talk about this. We have an interesting question. I'm trying to find it right now. Tyler, I'll throw this to you. Where is it? Big question in this case. Was this sex work, right? For purposes of sex trafficking, for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution. Tyler, this is from Jason Hewitt. Has anyone testified to Diddy paying them?
That's a good question. I think that they have testified to receiving compensation for providing services for Mr. Combs, whether that is your rent being paid or other benefits that have come from performing in these sex escapades or freak-offs for Mr. Combs. Now, nobody's testified to receiving, as far as the victims being paid, but you also have these escorts who've clearly been paid to provide and perform sex work on the women and victims who have testified in this trial so far. So you have that. They weren't doing it for free. And then you have also the survivors or victims who are also testifying to the extent of receiving some compensation and being coerced or manipulated into performing freak-offs.
Well, look, Jane has testified that she was receiving gifts and cash, like wires, and that she was also getting her rent paid. But I don't recall the testimony of the Punisher. If he talked about receiving payment directly from Cassie or Sean Combs, maybe my producers know, we'll talk about it. But look, Jane has also supported the idea that there was cash that was used to pay these performers, that it all came from Sean Combs, that he was paying for the travel of some of these performers. So that idea of payment and transporting, very important for the transportation to engage in prostitution charge, but also for sex trafficking, right? You're talking about commercial sex acts and whether something these performers or even the alleged victims were receiving something of benefit or something of value in order to engage in this. Okay, Candace, this is from Peacemar. Is Jane the last witness for the government's case?
Potentially. I mean, they're saying if she goes to Thursday, and we have heard that the prosecution said that they will be done by Friday. I mean, it's unlikely, but potentially. But that's impossible in my estimation. I still think that just a lot of gaps that need to be closed. I mean, KK, D-Rock, I just want to hear from security guards. I want to hear from someone who was there at all times, because we know Sean wasn't driving himself around. We know that Sean was asking other people to help, decorate the rooms and things of that nature. I need to hear from other people, but the word is that they could be done by this week. I do not see it.
William, I mean, this is a question we just got from Paul Franti. It's about Christina Coram, this alleged chief of staff of Sean Combs. So many people have mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand, assuming, she takes the stand? I think we have a problem with William's internet, so we're going to work on William. Let me throw it over to Tyler. Tyler, so many people mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand?
There's been a lot of suspense regarding and surrounding KK this entire trial. I think that, you want to start off trial strong. I think they started off very strong with calling Ms. Ventura as their leading off witness and calling KK possibly as their closing witness who could actually tie everything together. Her being, Mr. Combs' right hand for so many years and being intimately involved in his business affairs, maybe calling her at the end to bring everything home before they rest their case. That would be a good strategic place for her to testify in this case if I was running prosecution for the government.
This is a great question we have here, Candace. I actually did a whole sidebar on immunity, all the people that have taken immunity. This is a question from Ashton McComb. Is it possible for someone to testify against Diddy and still be charged even if they have immunity? What does the immunity cover?
Well, the immunity covers things that are said in relationship to whatever they are talking about, unless they perjure themselves. They can't perjure themselves and then, claim to be immune. They also, if something comes out of that, let's say drug offenses, for example, there are 3 people, I believe, so far who have gotten immunity. If they talk about, being involved in a drug transaction as a result of being in this situation, then they would not be charged. And this allows witnesses to talk even more and more freely. And that's why we have immunity. So it makes sense because we have a lot of people that were doing illegal acts here. And if you have them say, hey, I don't want to testify, well, you say, hey, listen, you'll be okay. But please just testify as a prosecutor. Please go ahead and testify as truthfully as you can, because you won't get in trouble for what you say unless you perjure yourself in this process.
And I mean, look, this is why Eddie Garcia, the former security guard for the LA Intercontinental Hotel, had to have some protection. Testified to accepting an alleged $100,000 bribe that he split with 2 other people for giving Sean Combs evidence, that videotape of him, appearing to beat up Cassandra Ventura, and then didn't report it on his taxes, deleted messages. It's a problem. He needed some sort of protection, but obviously was important testimony for bribery, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. Okay, we've got a legal question. This is from Erica Charlotte. I'll throw it to you, Tyler. What is the difference between a sidebar and approaching the bench?
So they're essentially the same. The judge could ask the counsel to come up there for a sidebar to talk about some ancillary matter associated with the case, and also counsel can ask the court or the judge, may we approach to talk about something, whether it's an exhibit, whether it's some small issue in the case. It's really a conversation amongst the lawyers and the judge, usually regarding some logistics or something minor involving just evidentiary issues, nothing that would sway the case one way or the other. And it's just more appropriate for it to be discussed in silence so the jurors don't think it's anything or the witnesses don't think it's anything significant regarding the case.
This is a good question. William, back to you. This is a super chat question from Nest Dog Thank you so much, Nest Dog. Isn't there a fifth victim? I think there was. It was a pretrial hearing. In a pretrial hearing, the prosecutors informed the judge that they intend to call a victim 5. I don't know how much more additional information we have. I'll throw it to you, William. As you answer, I'll take a look to see if I can find something else more about it.
Sure. I do think they talked about a number of victims that they were going to have. The case is already going for quite some time. I think that they are doing a good job moving along. I think that we may begin to run into some sort of witness fatigue if the prosecution keeps calling witness after witness. I mean, again, they have to prove the necessary elements, but it's one of those things the prosecution needs to keep an eye on. Are they calling too many witnesses? Is the jurors tuning out? Is it something that they really need to keep doing in order to push this case on, or is it just testimony? I think those are decisions they need to make.
Yeah, and I think that this victim 5, who they might now be distancing themselves from since we haven't heard so much about it, was kind of like buried in all the legal back and forth, the legal documents. But it also appears that before the trial that the judge had ruled that victim 5 could not be granted anonymity at the trial, so we would know who this person is. The defense, I think, defense's legal team, they tried to prevent victim 5's testimony from being presented. The judge allowed some of it to be heard, so I guess we'll wait and see. Okay, we have another super chat question. This is from Richard Esau. Thank you so much, Richard. Jesse, in your estimation, if the prosecution indeed, I think it's wraps up Friday, out KK testifying or D-Rock, do you think it's enough to convict Diddy? I'm going to throw this question to all of us, but I'm going to start off. I think yes. I think yes. Now, obviously, what do I mean by that? I've said it before, I'll say it again. For racketeering, whether it's the testimony of Kid Cudi regarding the car and arson, Capricorn Clark allegedly being taken at gunpoint for kidnapping, the various witnesses who've talked about procuring drugs for Sean Combs, including Jane, who testified she transported drugs across state lines for him. Those are underlying drug offenses. I think you've hit a number of the predicate crimes, and also forced labor. Mia, again, assuming the jury believes all this. So they're just ticking the boxes. I don't know what the jury's going to say, but assuming, the Mia, who worked for Sean Combs, saying she was sexually assaulted, and then these other workers who said they were being blackmailed and they were being forced to work long hours, I think that they've made a cognizable case for racketeering, at least proving the underlying crimes. And I think through testimony like David James, the former assistant, saying this was Sean Combs' kingdom, we're all here to serve it, that's what he was told, that the assistants were helping out and paying for things and setting the rooms up, the jury could accept there was an association of people, a criminal enterprise, to commit crimes, cover them up, protect Sean Combs, that there was a systematic pattern of abuse of women. I think they've made a case for racketeering beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know. They, my opinion, definitely have proven a case of transportation to engage in prostitution, literally transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work. There's been a lot of testimony about that. Feels like a more clear-cut case. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. I've said it before, I'll say it again. There seems to be two clear-cut cases. One, the 2016 tape, right? Sean Combs allegedly attacking Cassandra Ventura after a freak-off, dragging her back in the direction there. It fits some of the elements. Another event, Sean Combs on a plane with Cassie, allegedly shows her freak-off tapes. She says she feels threatened. They land. He demands a freak-off. He gets a freak-off. So you have commercial sex, travel, coercion. Jane, sex trafficking, a little more ambiguous. Perhaps the jury would feel she really didn't consent to this, that he was manipulating her, that there were only so many ways she could actually express her reluctance to engage in this. But the jury could also say, her engaging in these sexual activities for a prolonged period of times, how on earth could she actually consent? But not so clean, not so clear-cut based on her messages. And again, I think she helps with transportation to engage in prostitution. So if they rested, maybe even after Jane's testimony, even after KK or D-Rock, assuming they would testify, I think they have enough to convict. Tyler, you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think they have enough to convict on a lot of these charges. And, jurors are weird when they get in that room. Sometimes they think they could possibly throw a bone to the defense by finding not guilty on one of the counts. I think Jane's testimony has been a little more difficult and not as clear cut with just some of the things that have come out that she's said regarding consent. But you also, like I mentioned earlier, I think that audio recording with Mr. Combs is powerful for the prosecution. But they've done a good job in really narrowing down the facts to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we're talking about a conviction after we've solely heard the prosecution's case. I assume the defense is going to put up their own case, and they'll try to prove or disprove or show that the prosecution has not proven these charges that they've accused Mr. Combs of beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's still early to tell, but overall, I believe the prosecution has done a good job in proving their case. And we just got to see what the defense does next.
Candace, what do you think?
Listen, I think when you add up Eddie Garcia, Capricorn Clark, as well as let's throw in Regina Ventura and that extortion, which we had a corroborating witness from Bad Boy Company talk about how that $20,000 was given to her and taken back. Even though it was taken back, we've got the extortion there. You can look at a culmination of various witnesses to get to this RICO charge. But as you said, will the jury believe it? Do they think that this rises to a RICO charge? That's one question. On the other hand, the door is still open. On the defense, I'm sure we were going to hear about the fact that Sean Combs was a drug addict. Sean Combs was a sex addict. We're going to hear all types of information to contextualize how he treated Cassie, how he treated Mia, how he treated everybody within his orbit. But I think that they have done an amazing job. And I think that crossing state lines for the purposes of prostitution, I think even the defense has said, you know what? We know that's a given, that he is going down for that. But that's up to 10 years. And they can kind of deal with that because he has time served. But these other charges, sex trafficking, extortion, bribery, obstruction of justice, I think that we are there.
Well, that's okay, because William Corman, criminal defense attorney, is definitely going to say they haven't done enough, right? He's going to say, no way have they been able to prove any of these crimes.
I'm defense inclined. I always am, but the state has done a brilliant job in setting forth, the evidence regarding RICO, which, as we've talked about before, is very confusing and very difficult to understand. But I'm echoing what my panelists have said. Between the Kid Cudi incident with the car, Jane has provided testimony about drug trafficking. She's wrapping up packages and bringing them, I think it was ecstasy, bringing them across state lines on an airplane. They really have hit all the high notes. They've done a brilliant job, a Katie Schultz level brilliant job in order proving these individual elements. So I think they've got a problem. And again, as Tyler said before, this is just been the prosecution case so far, and things could shift when the defense gets up there. But I don't know, there's a lot of ground to make up, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
I think this is going to be a long deliberation process. There is so much for this jury to consider with respect to each one of the alleged victims. Think about it. We put up a poll. Which victim's testimony has had the strongest impact on the government's case? 74% say Cassie, 15% say Jane, and Mia, 9%. Those are really, really interesting numbers, Candace, right?
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, Capricorn Clark was the one that really kind of had my head spinning, sitting there in court and just her throwing bombshell after bombshell. But we have to look to Cassie. We have to look to her as this tree in the middle that firmly is the foundation for everybody else to kind of branch off of. And for people in that poll to say, hey, listen, she's the most influential. If the jury believes the same thing, well, then again, the prosecution is doing its job because she's the center. Everybody else branches from there in terms of corroborating what she said. And they do so on many, many different levels. Every single witness has come and corroborated something that she says. If you're the jury, you're saying, okay, if I don't believe Cassie, right, and I'm in that 30-something%, then I don't believe anybody else. And I think that is an impossible feat. She was a very credible witness, an excellent witness to really kick off what has proven to be a mighty strong campaign against Sean Combs by the prosecution.
So, Tyler, here's a really good legal question. This is from I. Takahashi. How is the verdict decided by jurors after the trial? Is there some type of questionnaire for each question that can be provided by prosecutors so that the verdict doesn't come out as unreasonable?
They'll have a jury form that it'll be a simple question. So, do you find defendant guilty of sex trafficking or RICO? Check yes or no. And for each charge that he's accused of, the jury will check yes or no. There really can't be an unreasonable verdict. It's either they're going to vote to convict or they're going to vote to quit. And there is a lot regarding jury charges. And that's the big legal issue, is when the judge is explaining the law to the jurors. Right now, you're hearing the presentation of facts and you're hearing examination by lawyers. Eventually, the judge who's there to decide what evidence gets in will announce the law to the jury. And those jury charges are usually negotiated between the defense and the prosecution. And that's a big part of the case as well. Those jury charges, and then what's actually put on the jury form that the jurors are going to complete at the end of this case.
William, this is a question from Lisa5472. Do you think the defense wanting a mistrial shows they're concerned about their case being weak after all these witnesses?
No, I think the defense is doing what they're supposed to do, which is when evidence comes in that shouldn't come in, and when there's objections which are overruled or sustained that shouldn't be. It's their obligation, to ask for a mistrial. So I'm sure they didn't think that they were going to get a mistrial, but they are preserving the record because if Mr. Combs is convicted, he will have an opportunity to appeal. And when it gets into the appeals court to see whether or not defense attorneys have objected to questions, whether or not they've moved for mistrials at certain points, it's a strategic way to look at the long game rather than anticipating that the judge is going to decide that there's a mistrial and throw this thing out mid-trial.
And look, for the defense, they're trying to battle away against this concept that this wasn't consensual, right? And the messages, the audio messages that have been played in the court, and now that we have a copy of them, what do they tell us? So here is a message from November 2022. This is from Diddy to Jane, and this apparently is his response to Jane's feelings towards hotel nights, where she wrote him, "I need a breather and a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. You don't deserve me." Let's listen to what Combs had to say.
Yeah, that's my friend. I'm in Miami. I don't have a lot of friends out here, okay? She asked me if she could work out with me. I said, okay. You got to believe what you want. This is the last time you're going to be cursing at me, disrespecting me over nothing. Like I'm a human being. I'm not going to lock myself up in a room and have no friends. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. I already told you that. And she just came over to work out. But I'm not going to be explaining shit. It don't matter if I just got finished the other day. I'm single. I could do whatever the I want to, but I didn't. You're straight flipping out on me, and I told you that you had one more time to do this. Flipping out on me because somebody came to work out with me at my house. You're nuts. So be sad, go crazy, do whatever the you want to do, okay? I don't deserve you. I don't deserve being honest with somebody. And then every time they see somebody around, they like, I'm doing something, I'm working out.
So, look, Tyler, does that help the prosecution show he was deceptive, he was manipulative, he was using lies, false pretenses to get what he wanted, or is that a stretch? Is this just a message that you would hear in any sort of unhealthy, toxic relationship? Is it just about a relationship? You tell me what we make from these audio recordings.
That particular audio recording, I think, is a stretch for the government to show that's manipulation and coercion into getting Jane to perform these freak-offs and sex acts. That sounds more to me like Mr. Combs said, he's a single man, but he also still wants to be in communication with Jane. So he's telling her that this other girl is really nobody to worry about, that they were just working out and Jane is overreacting and she needs to stop doing that or he's going to walk away. It sounds to me like he's just trying to have his cake and eat it, and he's trying to keep her around. I don't think that shows that he manipulated her into performing freak-offs. The other video or audio that we heard was more powerful, but this one seems more like a nothing burger, if you ask me.
Question for you, Candace. This is from Blessing Eek, and this is a fair question for Sean Combs being charged with racketeering conspiracy, and yet he's the only one charged, right? He has to have a criminal agreement with somebody, this criminal enterprise. But this is the question for Blessing Eek. If Christina Coram doesn't testify and doesn't get charged as a co-conspirator, wouldn't it be viewed as an unfair prosecution of Diddy as a solo defendant in a RICO conspiracy case?
Well, not necessarily. Why? Because you have other people that have received immunity that have conspired and have been a part of this, okay? So in that case, you have people that are really a part of the RICO that we're talking about. On paper, it's just Sean Combs. And when we think about the RICO statute and why it exists in order to kind of get around that crime boss loophole and get to the crime boss, well, RICO has done what it's supposed to do. Prosecutors have used it the way that they are supposed to use it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, just Sean Combs on the paper means that there's no conspiracy and that there's nobody else involved. We've been hearing weeks of people who have been involved. They've gotten immunity or made other deals in order to make sure that they don't become a part of this, RICO on paper, but two different things, and both can coexist. It is okay that he's the only one on that paper.
Yep, it's interesting what the jury might take away from it, but we'll see if KK testifies. Okay, William, over to you. This is from Miss Robinson. Does anyone know how he can be guilty on the prostitution charge if he didn't profit from it? Or did he? And the women were willing participants?
That's a multi-layered question. I think that we have heard testimony that while he hasn't actually profited financially from it, he did engage the services of these escorts, these male escorts, to have sex with people like Jane, have sex with people like Cassie. So I think that certainly did engage in prostitution. He's not necessarily charged exclusively with sex trafficking, but he obviously engaged in prostitution. He was giving money to these folks in order to have them engage in sexual acts with Cassie and Jane, as we've heard.
Yeah. It's interesting because they are, especially with didn't you get the sense, Candace, from, you mentioned it before, the former CFO, the guy who headed up the Combs finances, there was an element where they're trying to talk how profitable and how strong the businesses were. Maybe it's to suggest, hey, he's using company resources to, facilitate crimes. Or is it to say, if Sean Combs is benefiting from a racketeering conspiracy, right? If he's benefiting from these illegal acts, if he's benefiting from a pattern of abusing women, look how good his businesses are doing, right? There has to be something there.
Yeah, what I think the CFO did was two-pronged. One, for the defense side, it said, listen, there are all of these other businesses that were actually involved in his everyday goings-on. There were a lot of collaborative efforts. There were a lot of things going on with the liquor companies. So he couldn't on his own be making all of these decisions on his own as one singular crime boss, as one single person involved in this RICO racketeering effort. I think that's what worked for the defense. On the prosecution side, I think it said, well, listen, every single thing that you have been doing, let's talk about the forced labor. Well, if you're not paying somebody for their forced labor, but the work that they're doing is actually making you money, i.e. Capricorn Clark, for example, well, then that is something that you profited from, that you try to make somebody work for free. So I see it going both ways, that it works for the prosecution and the defense, and that definitely when you're looking at everything that he does on a day-to-day, that his company is benefiting from it overall, or all of his companies. And I think that that's what happens when we look at RICO. Is anybody benefiting on any level? As you said, it doesn't have to be tangible money. Is there a benefit that someone is doing something under your direction and you are deriving something from it? I think that answer is yes.
Tyler, we got a question here from Tia215. Why are they not bringing young Miami in, Jesse? I think she knows a lot. Now, my understanding, she had dated Sean Combs. My understanding, Tyler, she has been mentioned in at least one lawsuit. And here's what's also interesting about it, and not necessarily as a defendant, if I don't remember that correctly. I think it was the Rodney Little Rod Jones lawsuit. But she was dating him. She was asked about all of these allegations after all the news broke, and she basically said that she was deeply hurt and shocked after watching the video of Combs beating up Cassie. That was not my experience at all, she said. It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times of your life, but sometimes you got to do that. That's Combs said that, actually. My apologies. But no, she said that was not my experience at all. And I'm reading a People magazine article about it from August 2024, so before his arrest. Seems to me, Tyler, maybe she'll be a defense witness.
I was just about to mention that. She could possibly be a defense witness to show that this pattern that the government is trying to say existed did not exist. And you have a lot of similarities between just young Miami and Miss Ventura. If you're thinking artists, both were artists. Both are a beautiful woman. Both are younger than Mr. Combs, and both could be deemed to be impressionable. And Young Miami went on the record and said that that was not her experience with Mr. Combs. And it also could be that she, knowing that wasn't her experience, the prosecution doesn't feel like she would add anything to further their case. If anything, she breaks that link if Mr. Combs did not treat her any way similar than he did Jane, and he treated Miss Ventura and the other victims that have testified so far.
And I think that's, it's kind of up in the air because we don't have an actual, it's a sealed list. So we don't know who's going to be called, but we're speculating about who might actually help the defense's case, if they even need to call anyone. If the name of the game is trying to say, accepting all of these allegations is true, accepting he had these wild nights or these freak-offs or debauchery nights, domestic violence, weird sexual relationship, doesn't mean racketeering, doesn't mean sex trafficking, and really trying to strike at the credibility of these witnesses. And I think, William, they have been doing quite a good job of cross-examining a lot of the women who have testified against them. We'll see what the jury makes of it, but they're doing their job. You said they're doing their job before. They're doing their job cross-examining these witnesses.
They sure are. And again, one of the things that we have in this, that each of these witnesses has such a giant digital footprint. I mean, we have text messages, we have audio messages. So there's enough here for the defense to figure out exactly, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more of that.
Yeah. Tyler, got a question coming in. So anybody, we're going to be answering questions for the next 15 minutes or so. If you have any questions about today's testimony, what's been happening so far, throw them in. We'll answer them as quickly as we can. This is a question from Danny, Tyler. Since Diddy is still paying Jane's rent, could that be considered witness tampering?
Good question. I don't think so. If this is witness tampering, then Diddy needs a refund of his attempt to tamper with her, because she's still saying stuff that's hurting him. I mean, her reluctancy to say that she actually consented. Now, if she went up there and said that her consent meant consent, maybe I could see that this has been a good investment on Diddy continuing to pay her rent. But the fact that she's got up there and she said all the things that she said to hurt him, I don't think this would be a good business decision for Mr. Combs to use that $10,000 a month as payment for a certain testimony that's going to help his case.
Candace, question from Never Be. Is there a reason they didn't call Aubrey? I mean, I'm assuming they mean Aubrey O'Day, right?
Oh, sure. Well, she may not have been needed. Sometimes overkill is just overkill. If you've made your point, why water it down even further? And you never know what a witness is going to say. She could ended up being like another Jane, where you have this ambivalence and you leave thinking, well, wait, I'm not sure exactly what she's saying, and are we there yet? So if they think that they've made their point already with the other witnesses, why call even more? It's kind of the same reason why people are asking, well, where's Neo and where's Usher? Sometimes too much is just too much. Have you made your point? Well, then that's enough. Let's not take a chance.
Got a question from Stella. How long till we see the witnesses for the defense? Love this coverage. Well, thank you so much. We're waiting to see the end of the prosecution's case, and probably at the end of court every day we'll get an understanding of how much longer the prosecution's case is, who they intend to call next. And there is going to be a day when they say we have one more witness or two more witnesses. We expect to end by this day. Then the defense will try to end this case, right? Right, William? They will try to end this case immediately, make sure it doesn't even go to the jury, explain what that is, and also explain why I think I'm confident in saying that's not going to be successful. But what happens after the prosecution ends their case?
Sure. When the prosecution rests, it is incumbent upon the defense attorneys to ask the judge to declare that the Commonwealth or the government didn't prove their case. Essentially, you're filing a motion for what's called a directed verdict. And what you basically are arguing to the judge is, look, even in the light most favorable to the government, even if you're taking
William, sorry, I think you're cutting out. Your connection's a little bad. I'm going to have to jump in. Tyler, I'll throw that to you. So what happens, again, at the end of the prosecution's case, and why I don't think it's going to be successful?
Yeah, and picking up from where William was saying, he was saying that the defense will make a motion for a directed verdict, saying that the prosecution simply failed to prove any of their charges that they're accusing Mr. Combs of, and that there's no evidence essentially that he's guilty of these charges. Generally, that seldom works in the case of this magnitude, and that motion will likely be denied by the judge, and then the defense will move forward with their case if they intend to bring a case, which I'm pretty sure Mr. Combs would have brought this team if they weren't going to present a case of their own.
Hey, Candace, question from Jeannie Forever. You think prosecutors and defense are watching this show for a sense of how they're doing and where they go for their questioning?
Oh, I bet they are. And listen, if they're not, since they can't talk to the jurors, they need to watch something to get a sense. What are people saying? What are people doing out there, one way or the other? And how are we doing our jobs? Because they don't know. Amongst themselves, of course, they're saying, I think we're doing a good job. But you don't know until you hear from other people out in the world. I'm sure they're looking at everything on TV to figure out, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Because for now, we are the jurors that they can actually listen to and make some assessment from.
Well, Jay Lee says, this is great coverage. This panel is amazing. So thank you so much. So clearly Jay Lee likes this. We'll see if the prosecutors and the defense agree. The jurors shouldn't be watching. The jurors shouldn't be watching. That's the only group we don't want as an audience, right? Okay, this is a great question from ATX Stanley, and I'm going to throw it to you, Tyler. So far, have you seen any issues in the last 19 days of trial that could possibly be used in an appellate brief if he's convicted? So are there potential appeal issues that you're seeing that you say, you know what, that is going to be a prime issue to bring up? His rights were violated. This was an unfair trial, something prejudicial. Anything you see?
The biggest issue that I've seen would have been the video when Mia, I believe, was testifying on the stand that they said would lend others to believe that she's completely acting as a different person on the stand that day. And me saying that is just the assumption of what I could draw inferences of from the sidebar arguments that you heard from the lawyers as to why the evidence should have been admitted. That evidence, I believe, ultimately was precluded from being presented in the case because the court found it to be duplicative of all the other social media evidence that was entered into. But it seemed like the defense wanted to use it for a different reason. And I think that was the biggest piece for appeal that I've seen so far, outside of some other issues I may not be aware of.
Well, look, I think the idea that what they filed for the mistrial, basically saying, the witnesses, the jury is considering perjured testimony, this is completely unfair. I imagine that's something they're going to say. But look, that's their opinion of the testimony. It's a matter of fact if the jury believes when any of these witnesses are not telling the truth. Which is, here, I got a follow-up question for you, Tyler. This is from Blessing Eek. Can the charges be split between directed verdict and jury verdict? Again, the idea about taking the defense jumping in and saying this shouldn't go to the jury.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, they could move for a directed verdict on particular charges. That could be specifically done. Generally, what happens on the directed verdict, though, you have a defense lawyer make an argument for a directed verdict on all the charges. Strategically, it could be favorable, I guess, to try to split it up if the prosecution just has not done a good job, or that they don't believe they've done a good job, for example, on RICO or sex trafficking. They could do that, but generally, more times than not, it's just a directed verdict on all the charges that the government's bringing. We have a poll up. Who would you want to see on the stand next? 76% say Christina Quorum, 23% say D-Rock. But clearly you have two individuals who seemingly play major roles in this saga. I do believe Christina Quorum, is somebody that is very, very important, just based on the fact that the prosecution hasn't missed an opportunity to bring her up in every witness who's testified. All right, this is, okay. So this is from Cecilia Boggle. I throw this to you, Candace. Will Sean Combs testify?
Well, you mentioned Christina Quorum. That's a very good segue into answering that question. In that if Christina Quorum testifies, I predict she's going to throw it all on Sean. And at that point, I think that he will have to think even more seriously about testifying if he isn't already. Obviously, it is not a good idea. I mean, think about his testimony in a sense already in terms of his apology tape that he had time to prepare for. How did that come off? He would not only have to answer to that, but he'd have to answer to every single thing that a witness says. But I think that if she testifies once again, if she pins it all on him, he might think this is going to be my only saving grace. Because now you have this woman over here we know who has been there every step of the way, probably going to make a very good witness too. That's just my guess. And he's going to feel on the defense. I think his ego would probably kick in. And I think that he probably would much more strongly consider testifying if she goes for the jugular and puts it all on him. Absolutely.
You gotta wonder his judgment, though. Like you said, the judgment to make an apology video on Instagram 2 days after CNN published that video, it painted his defense, it painted his arguments in a corner. So you wonder if it really would serve him to do this. But I'll throw up another follow-up question to you, Candace. This is from Ray Bishop, goes to the idea of the defense. Will they use the lack of violence with Jane, which, by the way, there's a caveat. I would say as of yet. As of yet. We don't know what's coming out in the next course of the day. Will they use the lack of violence with Jane as a way to poke holes in Cassie and her friend's story by making it seem contrived?
I think they definitely will say, all right, there was no violence when you compare it to all these other people, the hanging out of the window and Mia's door, her being slammed in the door. But I do think that saying it was contrived, I think that that's a long way to go in terms of just continuing to say, oh, they're lying, they're lying, they're lying. I think at first, when the defense would say, okay, aren't you lying? Isn't this a money grab? Isn't that not the truth? It worked a little bit, but I think that that's kind of worn off. The fact that there is no violence, as you said, we have yet to see that with Jane, but Jane is just one person. Every single other person, every single witness almost has testified to some violence who was in his inner circle. And I think that they've already made the point. So Jane, she goes either way. I think that even if the jury does not believe her at all, I think they still have enough and that it may not even make that much of a difference.
Okay. So by the way, there was no court update. They still haven't started back up again. So that's interesting. But I'm going to get some final thoughts. And let me throw it to you, Tyler. As a final thought, this is a question from Sar to Sav. Surely the prosecution knew that Jane's testimony was flawed, given she said she consented. Why would they still put her as a major witness? Is there a strategy here?
I think that they're looking to prove this sex trafficking charge with her. And I think that she's called, we're at week 5 of the trial, this late in the game for a reason, because they know she's not the star witness, not the strongest witness, but she's a victim. And I think if this prosecution is truly doing this for the right reason, they believe that all victims should be heard and they should have justice should be brought on those who abuse and commit crimes against others. So she is flawed, but many times in cases like this, victims are flawed. They're not Cinderellas. The story is murky. And oftentimes I've seen it where prosecutors have dropped cases when they're deserving victims, despite how flawed they are, drop the case and not allow them that opportunity to bring their story to a jury. So despite how flawed she is, I do commend the prosecution as the defense lawyer for still giving her an opportunity to have her voice heard and the jury making the decision whether they believe her or not.
Candace, I'll throw it to you. Final question. This is from Enlin DK. Why are the prosecution not pulling up his apology video to show he lies?
We haven't seen it yet. I'm not sure exactly why they haven't done that. That would be a very strong thing to do. However, we have other information and other witnesses to show that he has lied, right? So, and it's something that they may not even need to point to. I'm surprised they haven't pulled it yet. It's not over, but it's something that the door is still open to.
All right. Well, the conversation continues. The debate continues. First of all, I want to thank William Corman. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to ask him more questions, tech issues. Internet was not great, but appreciate it, William. And Tyler Bailey, Candace Kelly, thank you so much. As one of the viewers said, all-star panel, great panel. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight. And everyone out there, thank you so much for your amazing questions. As always, we plan to do this lunchtime show for you each and every day of this trial. We don't want you to miss anything. I'll see you next time. I'm Jesse Weber. Have a great rest of your day.